reset the time? Sorry? Nothing, just reset the timer. But we don't need it for the first presentation because it's online, but never mind. Doesn't bother. Okay. All right, so we can start. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Wikimania 2025. Woo! In Kenya, Nairobi. However, we are in the Mombasa room. Don't forget that. And I'm here as a room manager, to announce our first presentation. It's called Decentralizing Software Development in the Wikimedia Movement. Where are we and where do we want to go? A case for distributed software development. Try saying that 3 times fast. And this is going to be presented online by a pre-recorded presentation from Maria from Wikimedia Deutschland. Enjoy.
Hello everybody. Today we are going to talk about decentralizing software development in the Wikimedia movement. This is Maria. She's a project manager at Wikimedia Deutschland.
This is also Maria. She's also a project manager at Wikimedia Deutschland.
And together and with our partners, we will tell you about our experience with decentralizing software development, where we are currently and where we want to go with it. You might ask yourself, why should we decentralize? We are a global movement that is supported by a vast amount of volunteer work, but also brought to life by 179 different Wikimedia organizations around the globe. However, significant and large-scale software development only happens in the US through the Wikimedia Foundation and in Germany through Wikimedia Deutschland. We want to increase the sustainability and resilience of our technical infrastructure, so of Wikidata and Wikibase, and thus make our movement at large more resilient and get ready for the future ahead. Our movement aims to share the sum of human knowledge with the world for free. For us, this means we need to ensure that all knowledge is represented in our platforms and products. To do so, we believe that we need to share resources and knowledge with historically underrepresented communities in order to have a more just movement and ensure that their contributions are represented through all our products, including Wikidata and Wikibase. Furthermore, the more people develop software for Wikidata and Wikibase, the more we get actually done for our communities.
All right. Now we can show you a bit what has happened up until now. So back in July 2021, so a long time ago, we set out and we wanted to create, first of all, a prototype with one community from the Wikimedia movement. The purpose of all of this was to enable another team, another community to contribute to the software development of Wikidata and Wikibase. 4 years later, we're now here. We actually ended up working with 5 partners instead of 1, who you will meet very shortly in this video. All of this was made possible with the generous support of the Arcadia Foundation, who have financially supported those collaborations in this program from the start. And next on, we want to share a bit on what we learned through all those years that we've been doing this. Very early on, we realized there is no one-fits-all solution. We are a very diverse movement. The organizations that work in this movement are very different. We all start from different points. We all have different skills and knowledge. So with every partnership, we and our partners needed to figure out first, what do we want to learn from each other? What can we as Wikimedia Deutschland learn from the partners? What can the partners learn from us? All of this needed to be kind of on an individualized, needs-based basis. Then for partnership building, when we started this, COVID was still very much alive. And meeting with people internationally was not possible. So at the very beginning of this program, we still had a lot of unknowns, we still had a lot of unclarity, because we actually wanted to shape that program together with our partners, yet we couldn't meet in person. So that meant a lot of virtual meetings, a lot of talking, a lot of getting to know each other through cameras. But in the end, as soon as international travel was possible again, we did realize that those in-person meetings are super important to build trust and to have honest communication with each other. In terms of software development, there's always a balance that you kind of need to find and that you want to strike in terms of, do I want to develop something new and something current for the movement that we need, that we always needed, but also there's already a very impressive and vast collection of tools, of software that is out there that needs some love, that needs to be maintained. So you kind of have to find that sweet spot. Every new team has to find that sweet spot where they want to work. We also realized in terms of collaborations, there's both a need and a want in the movement for those long-term collaborations spanning years, building up trust over years with the same people. But there's also a need for like quick funding for tool ideas that can be implemented maybe for a few months and then be done with it, and something cool and new was developed for the movement.
So who are our partners who embarked with us on this journey? Well, the very first partner we had was Wikimedia Indonesia. They kind of laid the groundwork for all the other partnerships to come, in the sense that they joined us, they let us learn how they work. We learned a lot about capacity building, a lot about how to integrate additional team members, a software team within an existing organizational structure, and so on. Then we had the IBU Wikimedians user group, who created an incredibly capacity building program called Wikimedia Africa, which went through multiple iterations. First, it was a mentor-mentee program. Then they had a ton of online events. Later on, they kind of pivoted to have like hybrid events, so events both on site as well as online. And through this program, they provided technical training to various communities, so also beyond Nigeria, all around Africa. And then we have Wikicolabs, a software development team based in Jakarta, Indonesia, who created a micro-contribution tool called Lexica. This tool is for various kinds of Wikidata users, experienced but also non-experienced, and helps them to contribute to lexicographical data, to Wikidata in a fun and really engaging way. Then later on in 2024, within this program, we also had a call for software contributions. So here we were looking for smaller scale projects to have that can be wrapped up within a couple of months, to kind of build on this like idea of being more agile, more iterative, and also allow like smaller projects to kind of benefit from this program. This also gave us the opportunity to learn about how partnerships in this context work. So through this open call, we had multiple submissions, and in the end worked with two teams. One is Wikimedia Brazil, who developed a new version for quick statements. Quick statements is a highly used and very much beloved tool of the Wikidata community that allows for batch editings in Wikidata. And now with Quick Statement 3.0, the experience is even smoother and easier and more fun. So thank you, Wikimedia Brazil, for that. And then we worked with a team of freelance developers, the one-click info team under the fiscal sponsorship of the Dagbani Wikimedia users group. And they developed a browser extension that's available for both Chrome and Firefox, and it kind of provides Wikidata information right when the user needs it.
And now you have the chance to hear from our partners themselves in the next few minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Raisha from Wikicollabs. We joined this initiative because we wanted to bring local perspective into the process of software development and create room for underserved language to be seen and supported through the tools that we build. We wanted to help fill that gap by building software that is useful, simple, and maintainable. We are also eager in growing our capacity as a technical team. We want to learn how to build better infrastructure while also staying close to the needs of contributors. Next, we will share our journey through this initiative. Our journey started with research. We studied Indonesian Wikidata users to understand how they contribute. We followed that with conversation about the geographical data, how people understood it, and how they saw it as part of Wikidata. At the same time, we also start regular knowledge sharing sessions with the Wikidata development team at Wikimedia Deutschland. This helped us deepen our understanding of the ecosystem. In June 2024, we co-organized Lexico Days with Wikimedia Deutschland. It is a global event that focuses on geographical data. We presented an early prototype of Lexica at that event and then gathered feedback from participants. That input helped us refine the tool before launching it on Wikidata Birthday last year. So, Lexica is a mobile-first tool designed to support micro-contribution to lexicographical data on Wikidata. We designed this with our communities in mind. We want to create tools that help people contribute easily, mindfully, and correctly by design. To make this a reality, we create Lexica with a card-based interface. Contributors receive a card stack, and each card contains enough context like gloss, image, label for contributors. We believe that our software has to be usable by everyone, and that's why we prioritize our effort to implement accessibility feature directly into Lexica. It currently supports 35 languages, including Balinese, Malay, Igbo, Hausa, Arabic, Japanese, and more. We still want to expand this list and making sure that more languages all over the world will be supported. We have 3 activities present in Lexica. First, it is linking Lexim to item activity, where user can add item for the send statement easily. Next is for the script variant. This activity focuses on language with multiple writing system. Lexica help contributor add new lemma in language that has multiple script like Sundanese using the correct language code. The last one is hyphenation. This activity help user insert syllable breakpoint in Lexim forms which lack the hyphenation. It's being done in interactive way. It also help user add the correct hyphenation point character. If you like to try Lexica, you can scan this QR code or visit lexica-tool.toolforge.org. The tool is open source and it's available for anyone to use. Next, we want to share you about the challenges that happen when we develop Lexica. So the first one is we have to balance structure with linguistic complexity. Wikidata needs schema, but every language has its own patterns. We had to learn how to reflect those differences without breaking the structure, and the community input helped us a lot. The second one is about the technical infrastructure. We use tools already in the Wikimedia environment, like the API, Sparkle, Toolforge, and Codex, but documentation is often missing, and things change fast. We have to experiment and adapt as we learn. The last one is structural. Our team is small, and we also have to manage legal and admin tasks ourselves. That takes time, and it can slow down development. It is a reminder for us that building tool also needs stable support. We imagine a future of decentralized software development that can reflect the uniqueness of human aspect of our movement. In that future, we will be a part of a wider network where each team takes responsibility, share resources, and help the ecosystem grow. Collaboration will happen through shared purpose and also clear documentation. If we do this right, we will get better tools that fit different culture and language. Plus, the whole system will become more resilient because it isn't just dependent on one center.
Wikimedia Brazil seeks to develop innovative tools and processes that promote the production and dissemination of free knowledge. Part of our strategic manifesto is that our activities aim to reimagine the social-technical infrastructure of the Wikimedia movement by leading processes and developing products and technologies in an autonomous manner, considering the Global South contexts. We rebuilt and relaunched quick statements with a new code base, improved interface, and enhanced functionalities designed to support diverse user workflows. We had some technical challenges during the development, the main one being in scaling the performance for simultaneous multi-user access, but also in the implementation of some functionalities.
Hey everyone, my name is Stochi Precious, and I'm a member of the Igbo Wikimedians user group. I'm representing the Wikimentor Africa team. What is our motivation? Why did we join this initiative? As the Wikimentor Africa team, we joined the Wikinode initiative because we believe that open knowledge must be supported by open infrastructure. Especially one that reflects the diverse context and needs of contributors across Africa. And in Africa, many emerging technologies and contributors are kind of limited not by creativity but by access and agency. And by participating in the Wikinode initiative, we hope to build capacity. We hope to experiment with decentralized tools and connect our community to a global network of technologies, building the future of Wikimedia software with inclusivity at its core. Okay. Our journey, what have we worked on? Like I mentioned, I'm representing the Wikimentor Africa team, and the Wikimentor Africa project has been going on for 3 years, going to 4, and we've worked on various things. It's based on mentorship, just like the name implies. We've had over 20 sessions, mentorship sessions, and we developed a hackathon where we've been able to, we've had a first and second edition where we've been able to support tools like the ISA tool, which is a fun multilingual mobile first micro contributions tool that makes it easier for people to add structured data to images on Wikicommons. We've also worked on the Amy tool, which is a kind of it lists the most visited articles on Wikipedia by country, and we've also had the Wikidata query with AI, which enables users to write and execute Sparkle queries on Wikidata directly within an Express.js application without you needing to visit the Wikidata website, and with support for some AI functionality. We also do have a leaderboard, which is an application that we use to compare contributions across various Wikimedia campaigns and projects in a certain time frame, and also generalized visualizations. We've also had the Wikidata Transmedia Collaboration Explorer. Is a tool that is used to answer some of the questions in the media industry, and it's also powered by Wikidata. We've also built the WD Lex Audio. Is a tool to match audio files with lexemes and also add pronunciation statements to Wikidata while also tracking contributions. For our vision, how we imagine the future of centralized data, we actually we envision a future when decentralized software development is not just about code lives, but who writes it and for whom. We want a truly inclusive movement, which means localized documentation, mentorship pipelines that center underrepresented communities, tools built with accessibility, resilience, and cultural context in mind.
Okay, welcome back. Now that you met our partners, you might be wondering what's coming next. We, together with the partners you just saw, actually want to continue on this journey of decentralizing software development for Wikidata and Wikibase, even beyond 2025, and hopefully for next program cycle. For this, we want to start with a brand new name for this program called Wikinode, a network for open and decentralized engineering in the Wikimedia movement. So we want to scale those prototypes of collaborations that we just saw, that we were able to develop in the last couple of years into long-term software collaborations, both with Wikicollabs, with Wikimedia Brazil, and with the Igbo Wikimedians user group. In the last couple of weeks and months, we have worked with those partners on designing a program for this, and we are currently looking for funding for this program so that we also actually have the resources to continue on this journey. Wish us luck. And with this, we're going to close our session today. If you have any questions, any comments, or any ideas, you can either reach out to the program on the project site on Meta, or you can contact me directly.
I hope the software in the movement reflects the many hands that build it.
So we hope that in 10 years' time, we have many, many more software teams all over the globe who all do software development for Wikidata and Wikibase, and who build the tools that they and their communities need to contribute to free knowledge, to contribute to our movement, and have a striving linked open data ecosystem.
We believe that decentralized software development must be context-aware, collectively governed, and actively resourced, enabling local innovation that scales globally and strengthens communities that rely on a robust infrastructure.
We are hopeful for a very impactful collaboration, because the first part of this collaboration was impactful and also fruitful, and we are looking forward to something bigger and better. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 2 minutes. If you have any questions for our speakers, they are online and they can answer, hopefully hear me and see me. But if you have any questions, we have 2 minutes, so keep it brief. If not, then, oh, there's one.
Hello, my question is like, let's say we have a tool idea for like, in order to contribute to the wiki media ecosystem. So in order to kickstart with such prototype like they have built, who do we reach out and how do we reach out?
So the question was, who do we reach out and how? Maria, can you write an answer? Maybe. We have a minute. But I'm hoping it's Wikimedia Germany, and they have an address that you can write to, found on their website. So yes, if it is Wikidata or Wikibase related, you can reach out to me. And that's maria.huischkel@wikimedia.de, but that's really hard to write down, so I'll help you there. Yeah, don't worry about it. But if it's not Wikidata or Wikibase related, is there someone else? It is. Well, then we have the answer. Okay, I'll relay the email to you. And we're at time, so thank you everyone. And thank you, girls from Wikimedia Deutschland, for this nice presentation. We'll be continuing in 5 minutes. Hello. Hello. Yes. Hello, everyone. We're missing our next presenter, so we cannot present at this moment. The presentation is we need a Wiktionary app, and we need it yesterday. Intriguing, right? It's supposed to be Stefan from Kiwix, but we can't seem to find him at all. So unless he shows up, this will not happen. But feel free to stay here if you're hopeful that Stefan will show up.
And this article explained at the open source conference from here on, participants will refer to it as the OSC for short. OSC was first held in 2004 and has since been held nearly 250 times across Japan. It is generally held at regional centers and attract OSS communities active in Japan, such as user groups for MySQL, Postgres, and Linux distributions, whereas open data related communities like OpenStreetMap, companies that provide OSS support and technical assistance also participate. Each OSC is planned and run by an executive committee formed by local communities in the host city and university facility and students who support OSS activities. However, in Japan, support is provided by the company called BigNet, established by OSC founder Mr. Toru Miyahara, and for venue rental and contractual purposes, and as well as to support the executive committee. And we've shown on the map of Japan and the cities where OSCs have been held at we attended over the past year. From north, Sapporo, Tokyo, Nagoya, Kyoto, Osaka, Hiroshima, and Fukuoka. At that time, we held seminars introducing each Wikimedia project, such as Wikibooks and Wikisource. However, since OSC only allocate 45 minutes for seminars per organization, we don't have enough time to introduce all our projects. Therefore, from next time, we thought we would hold a seminar introduced to create a brochure so that people could see at a glance that kind of projects exist at Wikimedia. That made it easier to explain things to people who visited the booth. And this is a brochure for providing for visitors. And it is uploaded to Wikimedia Commons, and you can download it at and translate languages. And at the event continued, OSC lead Mr. Miyahara suggested holding a mini event within the OSC, and thanks to the efforts of the user group members and those who cooperated with the group's activities, we are held at for the Japan Wikimedia Conference in 2025 at 2020 December February 2025 at Tokyo. It is reported to TIFF article. And Moku Kai is the same name of the offline event, similar to Editathon and Hackathons, where participants teach each other while completing their tasks. It goes beyond writing Wikipedia articles and also including audits, diffs, and other projects. And by organizing it before, in or after at OSC, and participants in the activities can impact more in depth rather than simply gathering in a person for OSC. And it held 3 times at Tokyo, Nagoya, and Sapporo. and it is summary and
参加者は何を、
have something to editing other projects.
more and so on. So most of them hesitate to attend the outreach activities. Yeah.
私たちのもまだ少人少ない人
National community conferences. で、始めないといけないということはあるんですか？
他のオープンソースコミュニティたち
Hello. Hello, hi.
We are live? Yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Mombasa. I hope you enjoyed your break. I'm going to keep it short, so we're going to have a session called Temporary Accounts, Enhancing Privacy for our Unregistered Editors. And Niharika will present online. However, we have with us Shimon, Eric, and Martin, who will also join us for the Q&A. So if you want to introduce yourselves briefly, and then we can go to Zoom.
Hi, just introduced quickly, Eric Mill, Product Manager for Safety and Security at the Foundation. Yeah, pass it over to Shimon.
Shimon from Movement Communications supporting PSI.
Marcin, software engineer at the Foundation, as well as admin and check user on Polish Wiki.
All right, Niharika, take it away.
Thank you all. Thanks, Eric. I hope I'm audible to the room. Hello, everyone. Concept of temp accounts and have heard of it before. But worry not, if you're new, we'll do a little bit of an intro to the project. And after that, we'll go into some supporting features that we've developed for temp accounts, and we'll hear about results from the pilots. And after that, Shimon will take you through the deployment timeline and leave you all with some action items. Next slide, please. All right, cool. So temp accounts are a new user type. Going forward, IP editors will basically become a temporary account instead. IP editors will no longer have their IP addresses publicly published like they are at the moment. Temporary accounts will be a new type of identity that will be tied to the user's device and browser through a cookie. This cookie will expire after 90 days. IP addresses will only be accessible to those who need access for patrolling. I'll go a little bit more into what the conditions for access are a little bit later. And then, last but not least, it's a paradigm shift from how IP editors or unregistered editors operate right now. Every edit is currently linked to one IP address, but going forward, every temporary account can be linked to multiple IP addresses in the backend. And I can illustrate this a little bit more with the illustration on the following slide. Next slide, please. So previously, the same user would appear under different IP addresses depending on whether they're at their home, cafe, or commuting. This would spread out the user's contributions and make it hard to understand whether they are coming from the same editor. And for the editor themselves, we are violating their privacy by publishing their IP address publicly. This IP address can give away valuable information about the user and threaten them under some extreme circumstances. So what's more, multiple users can use the same IPs, making this even more confusing and harder to identify individual bad actors. Under the new system, unregistered editors will be given a temporary account username. This temporary account username can be linked, even if the IP address that the user is coming from changes under the hood, the temporary account username itself will remain the same as long as the cookie persists in their browser. This makes identifying an individual easier. It also makes it easier to reach out to individuals and notify them, or in a way talk to them. And again, I'll go into that a little bit later as well. The key thing to remember again is that the IP addresses will be hidden from most editors except for those who need permission to see them. Next slide. So what are these permissions? Next slide. Thank you. All right, so there's, let's talk about the local access first. Getting some echo from the room. Okay, I think it's better now. So on the local end, check users and oversighters will have access to IP addresses by default. Admins and bureaucrats will be able to opt in to get access And then beyond these advanced user privileges, there's also a use case for people who don't have these extended rights but still need to view IPs for patrolling purposes. So to fulfill this gap, there's a way to get access users who have a minimum of 300 edits to the project or more, depending on the community's decision around thresholds, and a minimum of 6 months old account. And a clear use case for needing this access can be granted the right to get temporary account IP access by the local admin or a steward. And then on the global side, stewards, ombuds, and staff will have access by default. Global sysops, global rollbackers, abuse filter maintainers, and helpers can opt in, similar to how admins and bureaucrats can opt in locally. And then check users and oversighters on any project will be able to also globally opt in. This is to facilitate cross-wiki patrolling, where we can to make it easier for them. And then lastly, other users that are deemed necessary to have this. On the right, there is the IP info feature. This allows a patroller to view, sorry, just keep on the same slide, please. Yes, thank you. Go back. Last slide. Last slide. Go back one sec. Yes, here. Good. Okay, IP info feature allows patroller to view key information about an IP address that can be used to make a judgment about whether a given user might be a bad actor. So this includes information like the user's location, organization, ISP, connection type, proxies, etc. We're sourcing this information from Spur, which is a popular online information provider for bad actors. There's also information about the local users' activity on Wiki and globally. Note that the permissions for accessing IP info are changing. So going forward, as we roll out temporary accounts on projects, IP info will be having the same permission levels as IP reveal. So users who get access to look at IP addresses will also be able to look at IP info. There will still be a separate preference to opt in. Okay, next slide. All right, special global contributions. This is a new special page that facilitates looking up global contributions from a registered account, temporary account, IP address, and IP ranges. The results from this page will depend again on the user's permissions. So for example, whether or not searching for an IP address will display temporary accounts depends on which wikis the user has access to making that connection on. But it adds this. We added these features because there was no other way to connect IP addresses and temp accounts globally, because now that information is not publicly accessible anymore. A counter feature to this is the special IP contributions on the right. So this is locally on a given wiki, users who have the right to look up temporary accounts. IP addresses are able to plug in IP address to get temporary accounts by that user. We could also look up by a user's revision deleted contributions and abuse filter logs that a user might have tripped. Next slide. We have also made some major changes to abuse filter variables to allow users with, again, the right permissions to use protected variables to still filter by IP addresses where needed. We did this through the help of protected variables, but through IP reputation extension that we have enabled in production. And there's also a special variable that allows users to just filter by IP addresses and temp account. And then on the right, there is the blocking mechanism that is consistent with how registered accounts can be blocked. Any admin could also block a temporary account. There's no change to how IP addresses can be blocked as of currently. So users with the right permissions to view IPs can also block the IPs. We, however, do encourage blocking temporary accounts instead of IP addresses where that makes sense to avoid the problem of collateral damage. But understandably, there can be situations where users get around temporary accounts by like swapping temporary accounts, and blocking IP addresses the most feasible way out. Next slide. Okay, last but not the least, there is going to be a new onboarding dialogue for editors on a project when temporary account first rolls out. So the first time an editor interacts or sees a temporary account, they will encounter this onboarding dialogue. The purpose for this is to just educate them about what temporary accounts are, what's the change that's happening, and users with permissions to look at IP addresses or IP info will also get a step in this onboarding dialogue to turn on those features right from the dialogue itself. And arguably my favorite feature from temp accounts, we are able to provide notifications to temporary account holders with the change that we've made. So previously, there was no good way to reach out to IP editors because they couldn't receive notifications. And because of the way IP addresses can change quite rapidly, it becomes hard to reach out to them and make sure that we're reaching out to the right individual. But with the change of temporary accounts, now you could mention or thank a temporary account holder and they will receive an echo notification, just like a regular registered editor does. All right, next slide. Okay, so let's take a quick look at what we heard from our minor pellets. But let me explain what minor pellets means first. So we have deployed to 31 wikis as of right now. We did this in 2 batches. The first deployment to 12 wikis happened in October and November of last year. And the second deployment to 19 bigger projects happened last month. This survey is from the first batch of deployment, and we're going to send out a similar survey to the second set of wikis next week, or starting next week. So from the first set of pilots, we heard from about 54 respondents across 11 projects. And about 81% of the respondents expressed being moderately or extremely satisfied with the changes. About 72% mentioned experiencing no disruptions to their workflows. 19% did mention low satisfaction, and 20% did express disruption. So we took the feedback about what caused this low satisfaction disruption, and based on that, we prioritized a set of features that we have since completed and deployed. Next slide, please. So arguably one of the biggest here is the auto reveal feature. This is a new mode for users who hold extended rights to reveal IPs instantly instead of clicking a button. This is a time-limited feature by design, and the intention is to allow functionaries to react quickly in instances of rapid vandalism without being hindered by having to click a button every time they need to look at an IP. This feature will be logged similar to how IP reveal feature is logged, and the hope is that this is not going to be a very widely used feature. Instead, it's used only in instances where it's absolutely necessary. The second major change we did here is we increased the access thresholds. So some of you might have noticed that we had the previous access thresholds for users who don't have advanced rights was 300 edits and 6-month-old account, and they could just get access automatically. Based on the feedback we received from our pilot wikis, we decided it's prudent to increase this threshold to be a manually granted right instead. And next thing here is improvements to special global contributions and abuse filter variables that I just talked about before this. And I guess the biggest thing we did here, arguably, is more communication and documentation based on feedback that we got. And I know we're low on time, so I'll hand it off to Shimon quickly. Next slide.
Next slide. Yeah. As Niharika mentioned, these are the wikis where temp accounts are available. Next slide. Show of hands. Who of you here present in this room is familiar with temp accounts and they are present on your wiki? Okay, who is not? Okay, half and half, more or less. Don't worry, they are coming. So later this month we will deploy on the smallest wikis, more or less like 700-ish, and then on medium-sized. Sorry, I can see myself in this screen, so I need to do like this. Medium-sized projects, and then we are hoping also to start talking to English Wikipedians, and we are aiming at September as a month of most of those deployments. Wikidata and Commons will be the last. Next slide. Yeah. If you are interested, talk to us. I am Shimon. Here is Eric. Here is Marcin. Also, Martin is really knowledgeable. The steward, yes. So come talk to us if you are curious. Scan this QR code. It's safe, I assure you. If you know something about abuse filter, if you are able to edit it, do check if those abuse filters are up to date, if they work with temp accounts. There is, of course, documentation on our project page. And what else? If your community is interested, if you think that your community may be interested in increasing the threshold for not admins who would need access to temp account IP addresses, do have this conversation. English Wikipedians, for example, are going for the default. So that's also an option. And that's it. Thanks. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
All right, so we'll take questions. Yeah, okay.
Hi.
So first of all, let me summarize and to check if I understand your question correctly. How do we make sure that the English Wikipedia community is aware of what is coming and like how to interact with temp accounts?
It's more than that. It's also thinking this is going to be used. Yeah. How you know it just is 100% predictable. It's 100% predictable that when this happens, it will be in the news. It will be in the news. All the all the tech sites, and it will be on mainstream legacy media, as we like to call it nowadays. And there will inevitably be people who will find some sort of probably not in the English Wikipedia community or not in the Wikipedia community at all, who will try to spin this and says some sort of negative, nefarious, dark intent, like, now they're secretly tracking us now.
Okay. So
and how are we? Have we thought about how on I mean, I know this probably isn't your department, but have we thought about how we're going to handle that from a PR standpoint?
Okay. Thanks. So you are, I think. Mostly mean you mostly mean external communications and like reception from outside Wikimedia movement. Right. So there are all our lawyers over there, and they are certainly helpful. So if you'd like to address some of that, go ahead.
Yeah. I'll just say, I mean, it's a difficult media environment all the time. Nonetheless, this is fundamentally a privacy feature and a safety feature, right? And some of the people who might experience the most disruption about it are the people in this room, honestly, right? Like people who are maintaining and the projects, administering them. But when we get into the public press, right, this is something that is protecting people around the world who are not deep members of this community, but who may become them and who are just representative of a larger group that we'll be protecting. And I think that is something that we will be leaning into in the public sphere.
I'll add to that just briefly. Hi, I'm Lee, and I'm one of the lawyers for the foundation. I work on the privacy team. I haven't been working a whole lot on temp accounts lately. I was involved in very early stages, but some of my colleagues have been working on it very closely for years. So yeah, to your point, I'm sure that as we get closer to that English Wikipedia rollout, that we'll be working with our external communications team as well as our movement communications team to make sure that the people who are deeply involved with the Wikimedia communities, especially on English, know exactly what's happening and why and how it affects them. And I'm sure we will have statements out to any press that are interested in learning more, just to make sure that, you know, we do have a good story to tell here, because this is genuinely meant to be a good privacy protective feature. And I think that we can get that message across in whatever press happens, and hopefully it'll be friendly.
Hello, I have a question. Why do the possibility to show IP addresses for admins is an opt-in, is not a default? And when the admin opt-in for this possibility, for this skill, do we have to motivate or just in some cases, or is just whenever they want? Thanks.
Okay, real quick, because we are running out of time. It's not by the default for admins, because they need to know what they are subscribing to, as agreeing to. So they need to basically check a preference with a consent for, you know, access to other users' private data. This is because ultimately they are different from check users, and this feature is arguably a bit similar. Okay, so if you're interested, we also are hosting another session from our team, and there is a meetup. Let's talk later. Thanks.
You want to do one more? Okay.
Okay, so are the underlying IP addresses kept indefinitely, or are they timed like current check user data?
That's a good question. Shuman, would you know that offhand? Or Naharika?
The current answer is 90 days, but we are not absolutely wed to this idea, so perhaps we might extend this.
Thank you, guys. And now a few-minute break, and we're continuing with the panel, State of Offline. Stay with us.
Yeah. We wouldn't know what we need until we need it.
Hello.
Hello?
All right. Hello, hello. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming to the State of Offline.
Hello.
Give us 1 minute to sort the presentation as people are filtering in.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, perfect. We have a little Etherpad set up for the session. I know not all of them have them, but this will be lightly interactive. We're hoping to have feedback from all of you who are using offline things anywhere in your own ecosystem. So welcome to an overview of how offline wikis are being used around the world. This is a range of people who are building offline tools, or it's just a way to give a lot of people access to reading. It's just a way to give a lot of people access to reading materials that are on it with their phones or other devices that they have. We have a user group, Wikimedians for Offline Wikis, and we invite everyone here who is interested or who has a use case or who has other offline servers to get involved and talk to us. So why don't we start with a quick round of presentations of what each of us sees as the state of the offline world that you work with, and then we can get into a conversation about questions we have for each other, questions for the audience. If you have questions about offline access, queue them up. Why don't we start with you, James?
Perfect. Yeah. So, I became involved in the offline world. I met SJ in Casino Wikimania. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Yep. So, as I was saying, I got involved in offline Wikipedia, met SJ at Xenolario Wikimania, and he showed me this really cool device where you could have the entire Wikipedia in the palm of your hand. And I thought, this is the coolest thing imaginable. And I'm like, how do I get one? And at that point in time, nobody was assembling and shipping these devices fully made. It was sort of a DIY project where you had to have technical expertise. You had to, know how to write, not copy files. And I'm like, well, what about the average person who just wants this content? So we at Wiki Project Medicine decided to join in the offline effort, and we looked at getting involved with the assembly, the shipping, and the distribution of these devices for those who just want an off-the-shelf device at the cost of manufacturing. So we started shipping these devices in 2017. We were shipping about 50 devices a year. And then we worked on a partnership with the Wikipedia store. And the Wikipedia store started distributing our devices, and we had a huge jump in the number, the demand for these devices now that you can get them via the Wikipedia store. And we're now shipping about 100 devices a month. We've shipped almost 600 of these internet boxes a year. If you want to see what one looks like, here it is here. It literally does fit in the palm of your hand. This is a Raspberry Pi 0W2 with a 256 gigabyte SD card. It includes all of English Wikipedia. It includes all of Spanish Wikipedia. We're now shipping customized versions. So we have a couple of staff, because this is more than I can do as a volunteer, who are involved in managing the assembly and the shipping of these devices for those who want them. Yeah. I'll hand it over to Andrew.
Thanks, James. For me, I am from Toronto, Canada, and I have always been a big city person, so it's not so much dealing with a lot of the offline thing. We always chase for the 4G, 5G, the next gen, all those stuff. But in the past 2 years, I took on a new job, and that requires me to travel somewhat frequently to the Canadian Arctic, where you might be lucky to get even 4G. So, and that also includes places where, for example, in this past February, there is no internet unless you have like you use Starlink, and there's no internet whatsoever within a 2-hour driving radius And when a lot of the people talk about accessing internet content in a remote places, they often think about the global south in the developing countries. However, there is still a substantial need even for many of the in rural and remote areas, say in United States, in Alaska, in Canada, and elsewhere around the world. So when I was editing and taking photos or using a lot of the tools that most of us take for granted on ToolForge, those are no longer available because they require like constant internet access. Just scrolling past your screen to the next page will require another crawl from the server. But when you have no internet for 2 hours, there's very limited amount that you could do to double check or look up information. So I hope that this talk could also kind of expand beyond just thinking about all the different tools that we need to improve in the Wikimedia environment. Thanks.
All right, my turn. First of all, apologies for those who wanted to attend my talk this morning. I was on the Uber from the airport, but you'll get more of me today, so that's good. I mean, if you like me. Basically, so I'm the KeyWix guy. I'm the other KeyWix guy, that's my username, because I'm not a developer, and what we do basically is develop software. So if anywhere in the world you see Wikipedia working offline, that's us. Like, it's being reused by many, and increasingly more, which is cool. That's the purpose of free software. That's, the more the merrier. And so we started with Wikipedia. Then we can do pretty much any media wiki. We don't do commons, we don't do Wikidata. They don't have like real life purposes. We focus on use cases. Like the first use cases we had were schools in rural Africa. And just like Andrew said, it exploded. It didn't expand, it exploded. Like everywhere you look, there is a use case for offline, which means that there's a variety of demand, which is, and we'll talk about that, which is we don't want just to have Wikipedia. We want to have a subset of Wikipedia, we want to have a version of Wikipedia, or we want something that is not Wikipedia at all because I'm into something else, I'm a developer and I want Stack Overflow. And offline, it started with offline Wikipedia, we started it, but now people realize that they need it, and we're talking about offline internet. And that's, I think, where the state of offline is right now. We're talking about offline internet.
Yeah, so that brings me back. So I started getting involved with offline servers, working with Adam Holt, who's here in the audience, who now maintains the Internet in a Box repo. And this was at one laptop per child. And this was in places that often needed solar power for their schools. And they wanted everyone to have their own devices, but they also sometimes needed a server that would give a lot of people access. But these days, what people often need or want access to are the tools that they associate with the internet. They want access to working AI models, or they want access to helpers and facilitators that help their whatever their reading and creation and capture workflow is when they're online. And recently, I've been working more with people who are compressing their LLMs and their visual language models so that they can work on smaller and smaller devices. And I think this year, for the first time, we've crossed the threshold where really useful models can fit onto a Raspberry Pi. They can even fit onto one of these 02Ws. And people can start thinking about which workflows they can now amplify with a good tool, a classifier, a summarizer, an image captioner. So some of the work recently has been collaborating with a team at Meta who is trying to benchmark their best available tiny models to make sure that the smallest versions of Llama can work on some specific offline devices. And then maybe some of the standard packages that go with these offline servers can include packages that are intended for inference. And then part of the question is, what is your bandwidth? I think at the end, Andrew Lee is going to talk a little bit about a LoRa node that you could use that gives people basically 1 megabit per second access to a server. If you're trying to download large pages, sometimes that's not enough. But if you're interacting with a system that itself has a fairly modest input and output speed, then that's not a problem. the bandwidth is not what you notice.
Florence.
So hello everyone, Florence from France. So for me, my history of the offline activities are back from, I think, probably 2005 or 2006. There were some guys in Mali working on a project called Moulin Wiki, and they were already trying to do some extraction of the French Wikipedia so that it could be distributed on CD-ROMs at that time. And there were also some people working on the selection of, not the best article at that time, of course, but the selection of the most important articles they considered should go onto this CD-ROM. So I was listening to this, but not doing much around this. Then I remember the one laptop per child. I still have the element somewhere in one of my many boxes accumulated over the years. And what happened is that back in 2012, I decided I wanted to get involved in this, but in a different way from what Kiwix is doing. I don't think you were already called Kiwix at that time. The project was already happening.
So yes, Kiwix was already existing, and Moulin Wiki was also, we merged the code. So the two started pretty much at the same time.
Yeah, it's pretty much at the same time. So what concerned me, so I was very happy with the existence of the offline content, but my concern was that I wanted the people to also be able to participate to the creation of that content, not be only readers, but also be participants. And that was a different challenge. So at that time, I thought of setting up a sort of offline media wiki, which we called Wikifundi. And I got in touch with the Fondation Orange to actually fund this. And the Fondation Orange had just at that time started a program called the Digital Schools Program. More or less what they were doing is that within maybe a dozen of countries in French-speaking Africa, they were selecting some interesting schools, which were usually not in the big cities, but more in the suburbs or completely in the rural areas. And they were trying to equip them with the materials such as Raspberry Pi and tablets, and sometimes whiteboards. And the problem they had on their side, they were willing to produce that, to ship that, but the people were not using that. They were putting that in cupboards, never using it, either because they feared it to be damaged by the kids, or also because the teachers didn't know how to use that. So they were very much afraid to maybe look ridiculous, so the material was not used. So when I came to Orange, it was very interesting because I had an expectation, and all of a sudden it gave them the idea to work with me on a new project that would benefit the two partners. So in my case, that was Wiki in Africa. In their case, it was the Fondation Orange. And that new project was number one, Wikifundi, so the application, the system, which was super complicated, but also to set up a program dedicated to children, where we would try to get them to actually write stuff around their environment. So bear in mind that these kids are pretty young, they are between 9 to 12, so obviously I didn't want them to edit Wikipedia, because it was just not the right age range. But I got them to participate to another program that some of you might know, maybe a show of hand. Anyone heard about Wikimedia? Who knows about Wikimedia? See, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people. That could be worse, so good. Pretty good, decently. So it's somehow a Wikipedia for children. It's not hosted by the Wikimedia Foundation. It's separated, hosted by an association called Wikimedia Association. It runs on the same software. Basically, most Wikipedians are also Wikipedians. It's the same license and same concept, but for an age range which is much lower. And then we started that concept like this. This program has been running for 7 or 8 years. I'm getting confused now. We have expanded. We started with 4 countries. This year we were 13 countries. Last year we added some English-speaking countries, and next year maybe we will add some additional Arabic-speaking countries. So it's getting something a little bit complicated. So that's why I approached many of the Wikimedians association located in the country we were running, so that they would come and help. So typically the people I've been working with over the time, there's in Cameroon, there is in Tunisia, There is in Morocco. There is RDC this year. There's Guinea as well, and so on. And there are two of the people involved in the programs here, maybe some more, but I see at least two. There's Afek, who is just escaping, actually. So okay, Afek was participating. This is over. She works mostly on the online communication around this. And there's Ndri. He did not escape. So Ndri, around here, was involved for the first year this year, for the first time to help. And next year, I will, and that's just a super short announcement, I will need somebody to help me in Arabic because that I don't manage. So this is expanding. That's the cool thing. And then we can talk about it a bit later. What is very important compared to what these guys are doing is that for me, it's not so much about reading the content. I do not do that. I use what they are doing. I use Kiwix content. But what I want is these kids to also become participants and become the new generation of Wikipedians. Yeah. Next to you, Tim.
End of the line. My name's Tim Moody. I've been working on Internet in a Box for quite some time. Actually, when it was the community edition of the One Laptop Per Child server, when it actually had Wikipedia on it, and they were just flat files. It was a big improvement when Kiwix came along and built a server and got more compression. Same was true for Khan Academy videos that were originally just flat files, and then a server was built to do that. I think I coined the phrase the Napster of Alexandria, and I think the vision early was all this information, content that's on the internet should be available to people who don't have an internet. And so we didn't actually coin the name Internet in a Box. Somebody else did that, and we kind of joined forces with them. I always liked the name, so we took it. And they were totally in agreement with that. And the idea that there should be all this material available. It was kind of a broadcast medium really beginning. Again, the Napster of Alexandria is where you used to go get music that you could download and by any means, not too worried about licensing and things like that. And so from there it moved on, I think, to being more interactive, and I think that's, I'm hearing from a number of people on this panel, and I agree, and we're seeing more, that we move on to more interactive and types of content. We have Mind Test on Internet in a Box if anybody wants to play it. I actually find it quite educational. I play it with my grandkids. But we have other kinds of things that people can store their own data in. Nextcloud, Calibre Web. This afternoon there's a presentation by a group in Cameroon, in a refugee camp in Cameroon. They're documenting the languages that they are worried will be going extinct by uploading videos to a local Internet in a Box so that they can share them within the camp without needing any kind of an internet connection. And another thing I wanted to bring up is sources of content. We have struggled with some open source sources of content because they don't always like our license. We're now that we've started shipping Internet in a Box, we actually take money for that. And we don't make a profit on it, but because we take money, there are organizations who say, well, sorry, you can't use our content under license, which is another reason why I like users to be able to configure their own content, because their rules in their jurisdiction might be different than our rules, and their decision about what's the right thing to do might be different than ours as well. So we try to focus on the ability to download for Kiwix, but for other things, so that people can make their own decisions about what content should be there. And then one other thing I'll just throw out there for discussion is moving actually beyond content. We've had people try to design email systems that run locally. So the community can't send email to other people around the world, but they can send email to themselves. People have put kind of VoIP type PBX systems onto Internet in a Box, so they can actually talk to each other locally when they don't have a broader communication. Somebody even hooked up a device that would broadcast a Wi-Fi signal over, I think, to get a 10-mile distance so that they could connect to remote villages in the Himalayas. So there have been a lot of creative things. Most of these things don't stick, and people don't do much with them afterwards. But I think these are directions that the whole movement of offline could go into, and just promoting more communication within communities in addition to sharing of information. So I'll stop at that one.
Fantastic. Maybe we can start with some audience surveys. How many people here are currently using offline servers for anything? Yes, questions, please. Thanks, James.
Thank you. Can I ask you for filming me while I... hi everyone, thank you very much for the team. I'm John Barragan from Colombia. I'm a representative from Wikimedia Colombia. And I have been using offline connection because I work in a rural area in Colombia. But we don't have the money for have a Kiwix box. So we create with Mr. Hector Botero. He already died, was my friend. He need to be here, but you know. And they create a tool with Kiwix and MySQL for using offline connection between students, 20 students in a room without the box. However, I congratulate you for the box. I think it's a great project. And my idea is make a deal with you. I will change some pedagogical tools and ideas, not only for the world unconnected, but how Kiwix can be work in the connected area, in the collective. In Germany, in Frankfurt, you can use Kiwix, and why it is important to use in the connected rooms, disconnect procedures or offline procedures into the classroom. So I think it is powerful than the rural areas. It is powerful because we need to connect between locals. So thank you very much, and thinking my idea. We will change one Kiwix box for me, and I change my idea with you. Thank you.
And then, you know, on the comment of cost, yeah, it's still on the comment of cost, you know, the cost of what we ship, it costs us about $40 to manufacture a device. The staff that we have costs about an extra, you know, $15. So including shipping, we distribute these for $63 per unit. You know, we're looking at an effort where people can buy one for themselves and then donate one to someone else who needs one in some place of the world where they have financial difficulties. So we're looking at efforts to bring the cost down for those who will struggle with that $63 price point.
Well, anyone can build one. I mean, the scripts, there's a single script you run, and it'll build you an entire Internet in a Box. You pick your platform, and you have to get the hardware and set it up, and probably get Linux onto it. But after that, you can run one script, or you can download pre-built images onto your hardware. So it's a convenience to ship something that's pre-built for you, but there are less expensive ways to go about it. If you acquire, depending on where you are, you acquire your own hardware, you can literally build your own Internet in a Box and configure it however you want. But you will need an internet connection in order to get started, in order to get all that down onto it. So you'll have to do that somewhere where you have that, and then you can take it someplace which has no or poor or too expensive internet.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, the matter of cost and build yourself. So we worked really hard on that. There is a service that's called Imager, where you can pick from the Kiwix library your content, and you can make your bespoke configuration, you download the image, and then you install it on a Raspberry Pi, and it works. And it's super easy to do, and it's made for end users that have no tech skills whatsoever, because it is the best way to make it available to everyone. However, we did find out that some people can't bother.
They're being used to house.
They get more
offline
expensive and a
wikis.
little bit more and more powerful. The current 5 is 2 or 3 times as powerful as the 4, and the W2 of the really small one is probably twice as powerful as its predecessor. So yeah, it moves along. But we're now shipping 256, and I've got a 512 that we're just starting to play with. So the other thing besides the power that's in the Raspberry Pi is the amount of storage and the amount of RAM you get. Each one has a faster CPU, more memory, and more storage. So and they charge more for them. So and they run hotter sometimes. The 5 might run hotter than the 4. We've seen people now. I didn't get to this question of the whole environment, but one of the things is the development
issues where internet is not available. On the other hand, there is an electricity power issue as well. So I developed a complete system which can 100% run on solar system. So you don't need to worry about how your power source will come. So, and it is also tested for, in one shot charging, it can last till 24 hours. So we don't need to, wait for a long for suns to come up. So yeah, so anybody is interested in learning that how hardware works. So I am eager to explain it. Thank you.
Great. Any comment? We have one question there, but I wanted to plug in someone from the online. So Stefan Tower asks, does a Plex Media server count? Because he runs that on his home network.
Yes, that counts.
Yeah.
If your home network is protected from the rest of the world, you have a lot of the same issues, actually. If you're stuck behind a complicated corporate firewall, you probably may also think about a lot of these things. And I will say, I'm seeing more questions. We do have, let's see if we can bring back the Etherpad. I want to make sure that people who want can contribute to the Etherpad. Maybe not. Yeah, please.
All right, so Abu Refro with Ghana. So my question here is much more for indigenous languages. Looking at the internet in a box and a KWIX hotspot, do you have projects like that, and how could you connect that? Because with indigenous languages, it's quite different with how we access our data in terms of blending multimedia content as well as text, because some of the languages are fading out. So we wouldn't have much more PDF format, but audio, visuals, and other forms of content that needs to be shared with some of these groups. And the second question is, how are you also working, with the same offline hotspot with journalists in making sure that their access to this data within these products is easily accessible? Because journalists use data so much. So what is that collaborations within, and how can a system even be created for journalists to also access some of these things offline? Because ordinarily, day in and day out, that's what they use. They rely so much on information. I am a journalist as well, so acting on behalf of journalists, how this also benefits us, because the conversation has much more been communities, but we are also information carriers. Is there something for us that we can harness, whether on our own local base or just as the colleagues have mentioned? Yeah. Okay, so that's
the indigenous languages part. I can only speak to. There's actually a talk this afternoon of some people from Cameroon who are trying to document. I don't know if you call them indigenous or not, but they're languages with not very many speakers, and those languages are at risk of becoming extinct, and they're using offline internet in a box in order to put all those videos mostly that they shoot of people speaking those languages or cultural events employing those languages, so that younger members of their community can also go see that. So they have linguists involved who are documenting and annotating those videos in an academic way, but they also have local community members who have an opportunity to learn those languages by accessing them via an internet in a box. And they plan to put several up around the camp so that people can access that information. I don't know if that answers the question exactly, but I don't know where the journalism came into that. But
Okay.
but in terms of making those languages accessible.
I've got a similar experience, and that's related to Ghana. Actually, that was with Dagbani, and there was a project to translate or to run an LLM, to train an LLM, to have it learn to speak Dagbani, but you need material for that, and that's a catch-22 kind of thing, because those languages are dying, so you don't produce much content, and you need content in order to produce the service that will enhance it. So we calculated we needed about the equivalent of 20,000 books written in Dagbani in order for the machine to learn Dagbani. That's a lot of material, and that is a problem. So at this stage, it is not something that is manageable. Then there's the licensing problem. Okay, when you train an LLM, apparently licensing is more like a suggestion, but still, you need to be mindful of that. What we plan to do are going through Wiktionaries, because people need to document their words. And that was part of the presentation I was supposed to be doing this morning, which is, it is possible to do offline apps, like Android apps, where you can have a dictionary in Dagbani on your phone, and it's stored there. It doesn't take much space. It's not like the entirety of Wikipedia, which leads me to the next point of sharing and disseminating. It really depends. Everyone's looking at the English Wikipedia, which is huge. It's 111 gigabytes, I think, for 7 million articles, including images. However, that's 7 million articles, and that's not every wiki that has that many, actually, no other. And what we already do, and that people don't realize, is that 100 gigabytes for this much information is peanuts. If you were to not compress it, we would be talking about a lot more, but times 5 to 7, depends if you want images or not. So there's already a lot of effort that goes into compression, and we need to be mindful of that. But at some point, you need to store it. The good news, because there's good news, is that storage is actually not so much of an issue anymore. It's been 4 years already that the average, medium range Android phone stores 128 gigabytes of data. So now, we're in 2025, so it's probably bigger, it's more accessible to anyone. So storage is not that much of an issue. We still have a bottleneck at the download stage, but once one person has it, it is easy to share, because it's a zip file, it's one file, so it's easy you just need to spend some time next to your friend, and you can exchange it, but it is, the compression is the key. And it is the way to go. But for small languages, we need to find ways. It is a tool, offline is a tool, but it's definitely not a solution. You need to devise your own strategy on how we want to go about it. And probably there'll be several elements to it.
We also have some questions for ourselves on the panel before we get to other audience questions. We can come back to a follow-up.
Sorry. Yeah, the other idea I have today is the security of Wikipedia in some countries is very difficult for engaging. I mean, Wikipedia has a problem in these days, is engage people, compromise people, and continuity. So at the schools, for example, in my country, I don't know in your countries, Wikipedia is forbidden for under 17 years, So I have been using Kiwix software for working in a local area for secure, so it is not forbidden working with Kiwix. So I think it is important to empower schools and empower governments to use the Kiwix as a secure tool for engage boys and girls, because the youth is a problem in Wikipedia. So why not using keywords in that way? Do you think something about that? Thank you.
Let's hold that question for a minute. That is a tough one and an open question. Come talk to us afterwards about some of the challenges. We had some questions posted in the Etherpad. One of them is, what kinds of assistance is needed to make these projects work, and how has that changed? Like compared to when the project started, what do they need in order to be successful in the ecosystem?
That's a cue. I told SJ that one of the concerns that I have is we need more help. We need developers to work with us. And I'll confess that this year I turn 80, and so the time will come when probably I won't be working on this project anymore, and so we could use some help. We even have a little bit of funding, not a lot, but for the right developers, we can probably manage some funding. For us, I mean, Kiwix is actually a more sophisticated environment because we stand on their shoulders. JavaScript, Python, things like that. You don't have to know C++ or Node and things like that really to work on Internet in a Box. But you know, a good sense of where needs are going in the community. I think we need to be always better in contact with actual users of this software and know what direction they need it to go. But we definitely could use some help in development.
Yeah, I think software development is important, and there's Eugene somewhere who's got a team of young developers in Cameroon and elsewhere, and that's cool. But what we need as offline content grows are people that do not speak English, that do not speak French, because we already do those, and that can tell us, oh, this is very cool content. I would love to see this offline. I would love to see, we can do a YouTube channel. We have the tooling to take a YouTube channel and make it offline. But if I don't speak Hindi or I don't speak Guarani or whatever language, I'll never know those freely available channels are out there for the taking. So might as well not exist. So we need you actually to just tell me, hey, this is my language, I know that guy, or I know that content, this is pretty cool, this is freely licensed, or I can talk them into, like, you know, licensing it, and do make it offline. Because the more content is available, the more people are happy with it, and the more people will be using it. So definitely there's no rocket science. You don't need to learn Python, I don't. You just need to know what's out there and share it, because we won't know. I speak French, I speak English, I speak Spanish, I speak Chinese, but trust me, I limit myself to 1-2 languages on a day, and that's enough. So whatever you know, I don't know, so share it.
Yeah, and I would definitely add on to that point is we definitely need more content and diversified content. And that's something, even if you don't know any programming, there are still lots to do. For example, highlighting what kind of tools that you use and that are not usable in the offline so that the developers are aware of these issues. So there could be, for example, downloading an offline version, or for example, updating the Comments app so that it kind of stores in the cache in your smartphone. So if you're traveling or hiking or boating into places where you don't expect to have internet, just like Google Map has an offline option. So we should be hoping to see that our tools could be improved, but we don't know what tools you guys use. So you guys need to tell us what kind of tools that you guys use and what kind of offline functionalities you want to see, so to support different languages and also countering all the systemic biases. I think you guys have all seen those maps where, like, Commons photos that are geocoded or geotagged, and then you see the big gaps in a lot of those areas that are rural, unpopulated, or have low internet connection. And that is one of the one of the way to kind of tie it in back to our theme about the sustainability of the movement, and also feeding content into other products available that actually have appropriate commercial licenses.
And then, you know, the other thing that would help us is just around awareness. You know, 90% of the devices we have shipped so far this year have been to the United States, and that's probably not where the devices will be most useful. But, you know, that's where people have awareness that this technology exists. Getting awareness out to, you know, more locations in the world, getting, you know, press coverage that this technology exists. I think there is a lot of pent-up demand out there that's not fulfilled because many people just simply don't know that this technology is available, that one can get Wikipedia offline.
Yeah, I would say that we've been doing some work lately with Mozilla Common Voice, which tries to provide open voice models in every language for people so you can have text-to-speech that speaks your language. And that involves getting audio clips from people in the local dialect pronouncing a handful of words. That's the kind of thing that would be very helpful. It can be a small task, even done on one of these servers. And if anyone here is working with sneaker nets, I think, Adam, you had a question, and you have also worked with some sneaker nets. It would be great to connect with some of the sneaker net communities, because they could provide the dumps that are the hardest part to start the flywheel. So Andrew has reserved the last question, and has even provided a slide, but I see a question here, Adam, please.
Hi. The cult of Raspberry Pi, I think, is a critical recruiting vector for us. But I wanted to mention there are free internet boxes, and this is a lie, but it's a lie that tells the truth. OVNI there runs to get people to install internet in a box inside their own laptop. Doesn't matter if it's MacBook or Windows.
Can you wave at the audience?
Wave, yeah. So she started running those workshops in the US, but also online soon. And there's another lie that tells the truth. And you can see both of these on Friday if you want. There is a prototype of internet in a box running on Android. So this is the lie that tells the truth, because it's completely free if you believe the lie that grandma has already bought you a really nice Android phone or a really nice laptop. But as Stefan has well articulated, it doesn't matter if it's $20 or $200 or $2. The real question is mobilizing awareness about the fact that this is possible. So I like this lie that tells the truth. If you want to actually try it yourself, show up Friday 3:45, and we will show you. There's also a 5:15 Friday where you can see the demo of Internet in a Box running on Android for free.
Is this in the hackathon space?
It's the poster session.
Great.
The 5:15.
Thanks.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay? Great. Yeah, we can go to the next one. Can you reload the page real quick? There's a few changes to that. I don't know if it shows up if we reload it. But what I was going to show you is kind of the next generation of a lot of experimentation folks are doing with wireless. So one of the things that we're talking about with Internet in a Box, these are great, but they still are based on Wi-Fi, right? And Wi-Fi, as you may know, is a local area network. Local being within a room, within a building, if you're lucky, but not really beyond what you can do inside a building. It's not reloading? Okay, that's all right. So this is a really fascinating new technology. It's actually been around for a while, but it's getting more popular now. So this is something called Meshtastic. It's based on what we call long range or LoRa wireless. It uses some frequencies that are quite familiar with. These are the same frequencies that cordless phones used to use in many ways, or what family radio walkie-talkies might be using. And the neat thing about these have ranges of miles. And if you put this up really high in the air, like in a balloon or a tree or a pole, tens of miles, which is pretty cool. And they relay and they grid. So it means that you can actually have traffic hop from node to node to node to go even more than tens of miles. So you can see there's a map of my region over there. I can actually reach different towns. That's the Washington, D.C. area. You can actually reach up to a distant town there if you actually have enough repeaters or nodes that agree to repeat the signal. Now, this is not very high speed, right? You're not going to be loading in images of Wikipedia articles. You're not going to be loading up gigantic articles. It's about 1 kilobit per second. So folks who remember the era of modems, it's about the speed of like your 1200 BPS modem, but it's enough to chat with. And because we have AI now, you may not need to download the 50 pages of a Wikipedia article. You might want to just say, give me a summary of X, and you don't mind if it comes through like that speed, right? Which is really cool because these devices are pretty cheap. This one's about $40. So this has GPS in it. It has the radio in it. It has antennas that work in all international locations. It has a battery lasts 3 days. So that's pretty cool. But what you notice, it doesn't have a screen, right? So you do have to connect to it by Bluetooth, whether it's a cell phone or something like that. But they do have like things that look like not Raspberry Pis, Blackberries. A lot of berries in this equation here. Looks like an old BlackBerry, but has this built into it. So you can actually have a little pad that can talk for tens of miles to other nodes. So the cool thing about this, and the slide I had updated, is you have people now experimenting a lot in the prepper community by saying, if we're completely off-grid, so again, this is completely off-grid. You don't need cellular, you don't need any kind of DNS or IP addresses or anything like that. You can actually have maybe a survivor's bunker of Wikipedia tomes that you can get to by these off-grid devices, which is kind of fun to see them experimenting with that.
If you want to set up your own survival bunker, come find us, talk to us after this session, and we'll help you customize the bunker. So remember, go offline, touch grass, bring your wiki.
Thank you, guys. 3 quick reminders. There is a Netherpad. You can check some stuff there. There is a user group. It's a very loose, friendly, open, whatever group. So join it if you're simply interested by the topic. And several presentations at the pastor session. So do remember to just have a look over there tomorrow. Yes.
I also brought stickers downstairs, but if anyone's interested in like camera covers for your computers, I got a few here.
Today, I am helping my colleague who's joining us online, but we need to ensure the setup is ready. So I really beg for your patience and understanding. Please stay seated. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are just setting up my colleague, Euphemia Owandu, as a primary presenter of this session, and we are waiting for the tech to set up. In the meantime, to keep us awake, can I ask you a trivia question? No thinking. Ready? Who can mention at least 5 countries start with an I? 5 countries in the world start with an I. If you can raise your hand. Okay, I'm gonna count and then raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
Me?
No, behind you actually. She's faster. I'm sorry.
Okay. India, Indonesia, Iceland, Ireland, Israel.
Yes. Woo! Thank you. I am from Indonesia. That's why the question is biased. All right. We're still waiting. So I would like to maybe have a quick introduction by everyone in the room, because this session is a half. Oh, great. Great. Hi, Euphemia. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm loud and clear.
Awesome. Let's give applause for
Can you hear
Euphemia.
me?
Yes. Louder, please. Okay, Euphemia, we are ready when you are. Are you going to share your screen?
Do you mind sharing it from where you are? Is that easy for you? Or do you want me to do that? Just let me know which one works for us. Okay. Do you want me to start or you want?
Yes, you can start, Euphemia.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you for sharing this space with us today. My name is Euphemia Uwandu and I'm a program officer at the Wikimedia Foundation. And I'm joined today by my colleague Amber, and also hoping that there are also other people that I expect to see there to be able to feature in this important conversation today. If Benedict, you are there, and also Ruby, if you are there. Today, we want to spend this important part of our time to talk about our work as organizers in the Wikimedia movement and what it takes for us to use tools to do the work that we love doing. Next slide, please. So we're going to do a bit of a background about why this conversation is important, and then we're going to have conversation around your experience using Wikimedia tools to organize in your different communities. We're going to talk about things that inspire us, and of course, we are going to experiment with an idea about what it could look like for us to be able to have our desired space to use tools effectively and in a fun way. Next slide. So Wikimania reminds me and everyone in the room how tools are an essential part of our movement. From Eventia to Zoom, Etherpad, YouTube, Telegram, and even audiovisual support systems. It is what makes our presence in person today to have a meaningful impact. And begin to imagine what it will look like if we do not have the capacity to use these tools effectively. It could mean us losing voices, perspective, or stories that the movement needs most. But when we are not at Wikimania, we are on Wiki or off Wiki, using different Wikimedia tools to build knowledge that endures. And I think I can hear myself. Okay. Can you still go back and back, please? Yes, thank you. And sometimes that could be very difficult for someone who is a new organizer or an emerging community, or even an experienced organizer who have to navigate through learning different Wikimedia tools. And this is why the conversation we're having today is very important. One of the things that the WMF Community Insights 2024 report acknowledges is how technical skills gaps are one of the biggest barriers to organizing in emerging communities. There are also other reports that argues for platforms that connect marginalized voices to infrastructure support and not just access. Can you go to the next slide, please? So over the years, the campaigns programs team, now community organizing experience team, has tried to facilitate learning and capacity building around tools. And some of the ways that we have done this is to hold office hours for specific tools, having recorded trainings and improved documentation, and of course, integrating tools into activities like Wiki for Human Rights and the Organizer Lab. Next slide. But despite some of the the efforts that I just highlighted in the previous slide, we still get this kind of last-minute request from organizers about either learning about a new tool or learning about a new tool feature or even assessing technical support. We believe that there is an opportunity to get better. Next slide. We envision a movement where you can find someone who can help you to be able to find the right tools that you're going to use before you start your event. Someone who can help you document how you want to use the tools for your whole team so that you have what you need when you need it. Or even someone who knows the other technical users and are able to connect you with them and knows how to ask the right questions from them when you need something or you need to fix something that is not working. And of course, also documenting some of the problems that you experience with these tools. Next slide. We do not just want to give you tools, we want to give you resources and access to the people that you need in order to use these tools. Next slide. So at this point, Amber is going to take over and be able to facilitate conversation about some of your experiences with Wikimedia tools, either using it or helping others use it. So I'm going to pass it on to Amber to help us facilitate this, and I'll come back when it's time for me to. Amber, are you there?
There is no flip chart in the room. So what we are hoping to do in this session, because the Community Center Tool Task Force is not there yet, we are hoping to use this session to help co-create what the Tool Task Force should be based on your experience. And that's why we are going to have a discussion session. Would you mind put up the slide, please, still? Because there are questions there. So with your permission, can I divide you into two groups by counting 1, 2, 1, 2, and then the one with the 1, the 2 with the 2? Is that all right? Okay, we can start with you. 1. That is a correct number, by the way. Amazing. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. Two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. All right. Go ahead, Benedict. 2 come to the Benedict, and then the one with Ruby. They are going to help the facilitation of the session. Since we don't have flip chart, we need to be creative a little bit. I bring a pink paper and a sticky notes. Sorry, I'm distributing resources. Okay, so Benedict and Ruby is going to be your facilitator. There is a pink paper that Benedict and Ruby will have. So what we are hoping is for you to share your thoughts about the potential answer to this question. So for Benedict team, it's going to be the second question, and for Ruby's team, it's going to be the first question. The hope is to write the answers on a sticky notes and stick the sticky notes on the pink paper. I also share a stickers emoji. So if you already see the answers that you like, you can stick emoji stickers. 5 minutes is up. You'll have answers. Please feel free to keep writing. I have some tape here. Sorry, we are out of sticky notes. I have this paper, and I can distribute it to you for the next round. Thank you so much, Benedict and Ruby. Let's go into the second question directly, and then we have a group reflection afterward. Would you mind go to the next slide, please, and then the next slide, the next one. Okay. So these are the last question for this segment. The first question, which is for Ruby team, what kind of help is needed in these situations? So maybe you have identified situations where tools or technical capacity preventing you from your work. Any best practices, how you solve them? We would like to hear that as well. And for Benedict, what technical skills do you wish your community had when trying to solve these problems? So the way this community tool task force think about technical skills are very broad. So bring your own perspective of what the technical skill should be. It can be coding, it can be writing bug report, it can be operating a projector, it can be anything. And we'll spend 10 minutes to 15 minutes to discuss this question. 4 minutes. One minute. Common themes that you notice from your colleagues. We have 5 minutes from each group.
Okay. What was the first question again? No, the first question that we'll try to answer.
Oh yeah, can you put the slide back once? 3 slides back, please. Back again. Okay, so share examples of when technical capacity prevented you from doing what you wanted to do. Anybody from Benedict Group?
Yeah, sure. So to answer the question, for what patterns we are seeing, so far, I think what stands out the most is that we are asking for like aggregation, a place where we can go and find information about anything that we want to get. So most of the, I guess, problems and solutions all kind of circle around the same theme of where's the one place we can go to and find information, find need. So between the tool hub and the list and generating event lists, the tool hub, finding information about how to start an event or how to organize an event. I think what the hunger or the yearning for is basically a kind of aggregation. Aggregate where the events are going to be, aggregate information on how to organize an event, aggregate information on the tools needed to run an event, maintain one, or all of that. So a pattern we're seeing is definitely aggregation. I think that's what the people are asking for.
Thank you so much. And what's your name? I'm sorry.
Ehi.
Eddie. Thank you so much, Eddie. Benedict, any other
Yeah,
person?
just one thing that we couldn't find a solution to yet, sure there is a solution, is the IP block. Where is it again? Yeah, basically, so we have a lot of stars regarding IP blocking being an issue when organizers want to organize an event and they get that. So again, then the most popular one, solution this time that people seem to agree we have like the most popular there is having a mentorship program that centered around organizers, that organizers can be mentored on how to run or organize an event. So that's most popular. Yeah, and next to it is just like a mentioned, the tool hub. A place where someone can find a tool or set of tools they can use for their events.
Thank you so much, Benedict.
Did I miss anything?
Anything? Okay. Last bit? Okay. I just want to echo having mentorship around organizers. So in the foundation, what I do is do literature review and research, so a bit nerdy stuff. And actually, abundant of literatures show that organizers are actually very motivated mentors and have really good potential to be mentors for everybody. So I just want to say that that solution is backed by evidence. And go to Ruby's team. Any takers?
Okay, I would say it, and some of my colleagues can add to it. There were a number of issues that came up. One of them has to do with the translation tool. And some of our team here had issues with the translation tool and didn't know who to fall on. So inability to have access to users with extended rights is also an issue. Not having users with some kind of admin rights to support local events makes events organized to do with the dashboard. And this dashboard, it seems to relate to most people here because they were of the view that the dashboard tracks all manner of contribution and is a one-size-fits-all, which doesn't meet the needs of the various kinds of campaigns that we organize. So a lot needs to be looked at, and it's not tracking real content as well. Sometimes people don't find their edits. We can't trace where their edit goes to. Another issue that came up was to do with communication, using the old method of communicating like mailing lists where we don't know if users are actually having access to this information or not. It's something that we should really look and be innovative in how we communicate to our communities. Would somebody want to add? Another thing has to do with the ISA tool not being well maintained. Some users said they stopped using it because the tool is not being well maintained, and the PET scan tool also providing false data output because we are looking for article gap, and the PET scan tool provides you with an article list that already exists, which you're actually looking for a gap and not something that is already filled. So there's also a challenge there. How can we measure our impact? Developing more diverse tools that can help us to measure different kinds of contributions. The fountain tool example, the Wikisource contest tool, there are so many tools that are like they are not linked to each other and makes like you need to find different kinds of tools. I don't know, there should be some kind of, I don't know who's make that comment, maybe you can add, yeah.
Yeah, anybody want to add?
So yeah, there are always different kinds of tools which help for tracking the progress of an event, but they do their own good job in a specific area and they don't relate to multiple wiki projects altogether. So if you're doing a campaign which is falling into multiple wiki projects, then you might need a tool which can have access to all of the projects rather than just in one specific part. That's the point.
Thank you. Sorry, what's your name? Thank you, Navia. Anything else, Ruby, or?
Yeah, and they also talked about user registration could be improved, improving user registration, and also the issue of IP block. Some are still experiencing issues in their community. Yeah, those are, I don't know if I missed anything now, like someone to add.
Yeah, so the issue of IP blocking, I just wanted to add on, if for the newbie, we can also decide, like, for them, like, to contribute in their local language to avoid that most of the time. So they can contribute to their local language, then later, once they become experienced, then they can move to either English, yeah.
Thank you, and sorry, what's your name?
Yeah, Peggy Pelagia.
Nice to meet you. Okay, I think we have a good group sharing, and also on your point about having like a centralized connected, that's how I would phrase it, in terms of tools and also measuring impact. Actually, one of the research that I do also shows that organizers would like to have a way to capture qualitative impacts. Because what you do not only encourage people to do editing, but also how to be an enthusiastic member of the Wikimedia movement. So I think that's also one of, I think, things that we hope to work on. All right, in the interest of time, thank you so much, Ruby, for the sharing. We are going to move on to what are the best practices that exist so far, which my colleague Benedict and Ruby is going to share a little bit of their experience. If you can go to the next slide, please. Yes, things that inspire us. Next slide, please. So to reiterate, the core question of this community-based tool task force is, how can we create a community of practice that help us build this capacity in organizing community, either via mentorship model or peer-to-peer model, any type of model. Next slide, please. And we have experienced people in this room, which is Benedict and Ruby. So I'm gonna get, the floor is yours first, Benedict, and then Ruby, if you'd like to share after Benedict.
So in the interest of time, I just want to share an experience of what we've done. So again, when I say what we've done, I'm wearing the hat here as the founder of Wikimentor Africa, which is a program that we started when I walked into a room, a virtual hackathon, I think back in 2020, and saw that we had less Africans in the hackathon room. So which means we had less Africans in the technical space. And so what we did was to start off a mentorship program where people who have experience with tools on the wiki space. Again, this does not mean that we don't have tool developers in Africa as a whole. We have a lot of tool developers, but bringing them to the Wikimedia technical space was where the issue was. And so the solution our approach to it, rather, was to go through the route of mentorship. So we found people who have experience building tools or maintaining tools within the within the Wikimedia space, and have them come on board and act as mentors to people who want to learn how to do this on the Wikimedia space. So far, we have been successful. This year, we had the second hackathon, which had a huge number, about 500 persons signed up for it, about 300 persons actually contributed to the various Wikimedia tools. And this is a model that I think works very well in terms of dragging people to the technical space. And this could help as well in terms of mentoring organizers. Thank you.
Thank you. So our model is similar to that of Wikimentor Africa, but we are using a different approach. So as a community lead for Africa Wiki Women, some of the ways that we've done this is through mentorship, but we do have like a long-term mentorship program because we realize that one-time trainings don't work well because the kind of skills that we need as campaign organizers takes time to learn. And so we offer the 6 months mentorship program, although focused on women, is something that other people can learn from. So we call it our Africa Wiki Women Leadership and Mentorship Program. So what we do is we bring women close to us to work in our team. So these are women from different parts of Africa who have joined our team, helping us or collaborating with us to organize campaigns. And the amazing thing is that most of these women haven't done training online. They didn't have that confidence. They've not used certain kind of tools before. And so through all of these hands-on experience, they get to learn how to use the tools, they get to learn how to review articles, they get to learn how to use, learn even the Wikimedia project itself. And I think it really worked because it's long time, they are doing it hands-on, and it's more practical and more engaging because they have experienced mentors who are also part of the team, helping us, collaborating together. And an interesting thing is that they're not just learning the tools, but they're also learning skills that are lifelong, because some don't know how to use Google Drives, Google tools that we use for campaign organizing. And I think it's something that is really relevant to our work because other skills are important to the work that we do. So I think these are some of the ways that we are approaching it through mentorship. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. There are also other examples that we know of from other regions. So, for instance, this is Wikimedia Brazil Wikidata Labs. You can visit the wiki page. The next slide, please. And this is also one of the, best practice in creating space where editors learn about the tools and also how to recognize community members' ability in terms of technical skills. Next slide, please. And yeah, these are other programs as well that folks can find technical knowledge in Wikimedia space. Next slide, please. All right, last part, we have 12 minutes. We're gonna do a quick thought experiment. It's not a group discussion, it's more like we're gonna ask you a question and you can write down by yourself and we're gonna collect the answer. So you don't have to feel the pressure of answering verbally. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so to reiterate, we are hoping to establish the Community Center Tool Task Force and would like to listen to your feedback. Right now, this is the brief idea, right? It's not fixed yet. We are hoping to start with X number of volunteers that can, go around the community and teach the community about the technical skills, such as the translation or comments, as well as technical communication strategies, documentation, and any support services needed by the community. So I would say that this is more a peer-to-peer model as opposed to mentorship model, but it's not strict at the moment since the feedback that we hear today is also about mentorship. Next slide, please. Okay, now let's explore what is doable, what this community task force can do. Next slide, please. There are 3 questions. By the way, don't feel pressure to answer all of them. Answer which one that you feel most comfortable with and you would like to answer. The first one is, who should be in this task force? Should we invite Start because they are the one that have the knowledge, or should we invite intermediate tool users, etc.? And if you can identify, in my region, in my context, these are the people that should be involved in the task force, we also welcome those feedback. That's the first question. The second question is, what do we need to train the people we invited? Of course, we are not gonna just say, come organizers, just go to your communities, we'd like to facilitate some sort of trainings before the task force commence. So if you have any feedback on what type of training that a technical task force members could have so that they can better serve you as the community member, feel free to give that as well. And if you want to contextualize it in your region or specific to your organizing community, feel free to do that as well. And lastly, how can the people in the task force use their skills to help other communities? For example, maybe do a regular meeting, or maybe do one-on-one mentorship in person, because in my region, in-person meeting is more workable than online meeting. So feel free to also have your feedback. Write it down by yourself, and we can collect the answers via your handwriting, or if you want to still approach the flip chart with the sticky notes, feel free to do that as well, because we want to record your feedback today. Let's skip this slide here. We have 9 minutes. You have the full 9 minutes to write down your answers. There will be no facilitation from Benedict or Ruby. This is free thinking from all of you. And thank you so much for being here this afternoon. You can write this the same. We have 4 minutes remaining, so feel free to stick your sticky notes in the flip chart before leaving the room. Once again, I want to thank you for your participation this afternoon. We have 3 minutes remaining, so if you can stick the sticky notes on the flip chart before leaving the room, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. We have 1 minute remaining before the next session. So if you could leave the sticky notes on the flip chart before you go, I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, I am. Hi. So this is a public safety announcement or public information announcement. In the website for the presentation, there's a link to the Etherpad, and there's Tony. He's the note taker, and he asked me to mention the fact to you that you can use the Etherpad for the note taking and other stuff parts. So feel free to use it. You feel free to ignore it, but in any case, now you know that it exists. And we are starting at 3:45, so a couple of more minutes for me to calm down and for you to start your engines. Yes, they are in the second row. Trying in this third row. They're trying to ignore me. Yes, that would be really. And that the timer is going to work all. Yeah. And then someone is going to grab the mic and push me over. Signal coming. Yeah. It should work. So my timer's running. So I'm starting, and I'm so happy that so many people showed up. I see some familiar faces, but I'm more happy to see unfamiliar faces. This is what I was really missing for the last 10 years when I couldn't attend Wikimania. Hello, everyone. My name is Matthias. I'm happy to be here, and I'm going to talk about a few things. I have some history on Wikipedia and Wikimedia. So many years ago, I started as an author, then I started the German chapter, Wikimedia Deutschland. I was a board member when in the early days when there were no employees, and then many years later I became an employee for a couple of years, and now I'm working in the private sector. I just want to make sure that this is not a talk by someone working in the private sector on behalf of any company, so my employer's point of view is unrelated, possibly matching, probably diverging in some points on the things I'm going to say. Please take this as me, as a personal statement, and nothing else. And also, I'm a humble Wikipedian now. I have no official role and capacity. I just enjoy the show most of the time. And so the story has 3 chapters, and chapter 0 is just a remark, a scene setter, so to say. We are experiencing a boom in generative AI, and this boom is in part fueled by Wikipedia content, and it would not be possible in this scale without Wikipedia content. This is really important. There's other content in play, there are other tools and sources of information, but if you look at the disclosures from AI LLM manufacturers, you will always see that Wikipedia is one central piece of information because it's multilingual, it is of high quality, it is written by humans, it's current, it has all the nice properties of awesome text. And Wikimedia Foundation and others have extensively written about this. There's a blog post I can fully recommend, and you should keep this in mind. So this is going to be a story about AI, and it starts with me playing around. And the things I like are Wikipedia, not just as an encyclopedia, but as a starting point in the research. I think 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when we did presentations on what is actually Wikipedia, we always said Wikipedia is a probably a decent place to start research, but it's a terrible place to end research. So in order to make this true, we tried to incorporate literature references whenever possible. And these references are really important. And often they include ISBN, ISSN, DOI, other identifiers to make access to the actual cited works and the referenced works easy as possible. MediaWiki itself, the parser for the content, even has a feature to recognize the string ISBN. So anything that starts with ISBN and has then 10 or 13 digits is treated as a special link, and then you can get the list of libraries and even Amazon to find the book that is mentioned. And ISBNs have an amazing property, and this is the one I really like. They have a checksum. The last digit in an ISBN, so both in the ISBN 10 and the ISBN 13, they have a checksum. The last digit is going to tell you whether the ISBN is, in a mathematical sense, valid or not. This is the formula. There are software implementations for this. I really like it because the checksum formula will make sure that if you, by accident, switch two numbers, or if you just mistype one number, the checksum will always be wrong. So this is an opportunity for me. So I wrote a checksum checker. I wrote a Python script that took the download of Wikipedia content, extracted all the ISBN references, and then wrote a script that checks whether the checksums are valid or not. And I expected that most of these checksums are valid, and I expected that some of them would fail, and I was hoping to find two different kinds of categories. The first category is wrong ISBNs because some mistake was made. Some switches happened, some numbers were duplicated or missing, or 2 turned into a 3 or something like this. And my hope is that I get a list of wrong ISBNs that can be fixed so that anyone using the Wikipedia article can then get access to the actual work through libraries and archives and even Amazon. And the second category of mistakes I was expecting to find was ISBN numbers that were assigned incorrectly, because in the 80s and 90s, many publishers did not understand what a checksum is, so they simply incremented the numbers, or they did some weird things. So sometimes you will see books that have a wrong ISBN reference in the back and in the catalogs, and the libraries are used to this. So most libraries are able to say, well, this is a book that has the ISBN, it's wrong, but it's still the one the publisher used, so you can use the wrong ISBN to find the literature. And the German language Wikipedia, for example, has a special template. It says wrong ISBN, so you can store the wrong ISBN that still technically works because it's in the catalogs, it's somewhere else, and you can find the literature. So these are the two categories I hope to find, and I found 3 categories. The first one I expected, the second one I expected, and then there was something else. I found a number of articles that had multiple errors in checksums. And the book titles, they were plausible, they were on topic. The author's name I recognized because they were sometimes people from within the field, so the titles, it kind of made sense. The ISBN number was, mathematically speaking, incorrect, but the book sounded like a plausible book that could be in some library somewhere. And I looked and I couldn't find it. I found similar literature, a literature that had a different title, same author, different years, but I never could find the actual book that was cited. And then it hit me, and the books did not exist. These books were made up by ChatGPT. They were part of a hallucination. People had people had pushed content to Wikipedia that was made up based on a prompt to ChatGPT, something like, please write me an article about XYZ. And ChatGPT, in its faithful, friendly gesture, said, okay, this is how an article on Wikipedia would look like, and of course it has a literature section, and this is how the literature could look like. So inadvertently, by mistake, I did not write a ISBN checksum checker, I wrote a ChatGPT detector. And this is interesting. I was, my wife is in the room, she can recall and confirm how furious I was when I discovered that this was not an error, this was just, I was really mad. And this is how the story turns from a story about AI into a story about AI and humans, because to me, this is not about a mismatch in ISBN. This is not about missing literature. This is, and one has to be cautious with hyperbole and something, but I think this is an attack to the core of Wikipedia as a central source of human knowledge, because it is not knowledge, it is something that appears to be knowledge, that tries to come across as knowledge. And it might be correct on occasion, by chance, but in most cases it's simply a different version of randomly generated noise. And this is where my personal rabbit hole began in looking at the issue, starting from wrong ISBNs, going to people writing or storing or pushing content into Wikipedia that is ChatGPT generated. And I'm talking about ChatGPT as a categorization. In 2022, it was the only tool available and known to the wider audience. There are currently more tools. There's Gemini, there's Llama, there's Claude, there's Perplexity, but in most cases it's still ChatGPT. It's like the Tempo or the Xerox or the Hoover of things. It's a generic term for a family of devices. And in the German language Wikipedia, seems to be, and this is something I'm really proud of, there seems to be a consensus on how to deal with this. ChatGPT content is to be shot on site and removed from Wikipedia. And people uploading ChatGPT generated content are to be banned and removed from Wikipedia. I saw a message today from 404 Media that the English language Wikipedia has a speedy deletion criteria added regarding obviously created AI-generated content that has clear telltale signs of, yes, of course, I can tell you how an article would look like if it's in there. I think it's called slop. I'm not sure if it really applies to all AI-generated content, but the question is, to me, does this consensus work? And my impression so far is it's a maybe. A maybe because there's more evidence about ChatGPT-generated content that just mismatched ISBN references, and of course the ISBN checker will not detect 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 11 automatically generated ISBN references, because in 1 out of 10 cases, the ChatGPT will be correct in hallucinating a valid ISBN. And the effort for cleanup is still higher than the effort to contaminate Wikipedia. So the angle of attack for people pushing ChatGPT content is in favor of these people pushing the content. As a side note, and this is important, ChatGPT is gaining new functions. There are no functions emulating research tools. They have some sort of internet connection, and this varies nation, and people just I have yet to come across such attitude. The one creation seems to be one of them, where under certain circumstances the use might be beneficial, and only if, there is an irony in there. Using AI to write something that, and seeing the approaches, I'm beginning to wonder, in this scenario, is there a place for a project like Wikipedia that uses humans to collect knowledge,
one of us.
Neatly sorted. This is a industry, especially here in Kenya, where a few years ago, initiative of some Kenyan workers made the headline $2 an hour, US dollars per hour, to work on data labeling for OpenAI and ChatGPT, and something that sounds like straight out of a science fiction novel, but is now the reality.
Information, which is already existing in 300 languages from hundreds of cultures and hundreds of countries around the world. And we're very happy that you people yourselves have contributed this information to allow us to represent it on the web. And we want to be able to represent authentic, localized cultural information that is cited within local terminologies available to the widespread world. I was talking with somebody today, and they said if you were to search for information, I hope to hear, Dakota, and either with ChatGPT or with another large language model, you will get false information. We talked about it before. And well-cited false information, which is actually linking back to Wikipedia, false information. But we want to be able to minimize that, to represent cultures, especially cultures that don't have the resources to campaign for themselves and to contribute to themselves and are being asked by these companies to help with information transfer. And so for us to be able to provide that diversity and proper localized context and to work with you on what your needs are within the AI sphere. Also working with organizations that are able to do some generative AI tooling, but in ways that are targeted specifically for culturally appropriate and related material, that they could be more easily able to use Wikidata in their pipelines. And so for us, it also links into the other wiki projects as well. Not just Wikidata would be available for vandalism detection or disinformation detection, but also Wikipedia and other projects. And so this is a prototype stepping stone to be able to understand what can we do to improve our works with the existing technologies, just like we did for search, now is also being available for generative AI. Next up is Federica.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. I have less time now, but the interesting parts have already been told. So what are we doing in the policy department? We hear the same thing from policy and decision makers. So what we are doing, we are educating ourselves. What's it about? What do we have? And what is out there? For example, we participated in the Global Summit on AI in France. We participated in Hamburg and signed the Hamburg Declaration on Sustainable AI. We contributed to their papers and we wrote own papers, and we have one-on-one conversations with decision makers and leaders that get targeted by big tech companies all the time, so that they are not the only voices heard by them or talking about AI, and we are telling them, okay, so look, we have also great contributions. And we also have show them future scenarios, because what is a ChatGPT, Gen AI future scenario about? It's about competition, and that's what we see now. One wins, everybody else is losing. So the huge companies are trying everything to win because they know that others are losing. Laws are bent, potential is exaggerated, and the negativities are silenced. And so you see some of the implications, we are talking about it, and we are saying, well, there's a different possibility that we can have. Don't talk, accept the ecological risks and the knowledge degradation that comes with Gen AI, and let's talk about collaboration, because it's the obvious solution that we should think about. Two solutions are there. We went to the United Nations. That's a good place for talking about collaboration, because it's collaboration of different states, different languages, different cultural heritages, and we wanted to support the Global Digital Compact. And what's about the Global Digital Compact with digital communities? And we became a digital public good. Wikipedia became a digital public good, and we are trying to make Wikidata a digital public good as well. Because on that global digital compact on UN level, almost every state signed, yeah, we want to support a global digital public good. So every one of you can now step up to your governments and say, hey, you signed something, probably you don't have any idea how to solve a digital public good, but hey, we are a digital public good. So if you support us as being a community of the digital public good, you are supporting the digital public good, yeah, and you can check something, our obligations to the UN fulfilled, great. And we are active in the multi-stakeholder approach. The multi-stakeholder approach is everywhere you meet, please include civil society. By chance, we are civil society. We are the digital civil society, so please include us in any conversations you have on trade agreements, on economic agreements. We are there. And the latest thing was we have developer teams on Wikidata. We are currently fundraising to support more developer teams on Wikidata in other countries. Currently there is Brazil, Indonesia, and Ghana, and we want to spread it. And we are saying, well, Europe has an AI. We have a collaborative AI. It's Wikidata. It's a great AI. And why don't you support it? It's, by the way, a collaborative model. So we have proof and examples and well-working things thanks to you guys. Thanks to you, this digital collaboration is working, and we can go to the decision makers and say, there's an alternative future. Please support that alternative future. Thank you so much.
I think, in the rehearsal it went fine, but yeah, maybe you can use the few moments we still have for Q&A. Yes, are there any questions? I don't know how it works, but yeah, I see that microphones are coming around, so if you have anything to ask, raise your hand, please.
We are around.
Yeah, okay, one question. Hi.
This is working. Okay, now it is. What's the time frame on the new Wikidata search coming to users?
So we just started the prototype in April, and we're looking to release a second, more broader prototype in October, which should be community accessible. And then actually integrating the Wikidata would need further research, but possibly by the end of next year. But by the end of this year, we hope to have at least a prototype available for experimentation. Yeah.
Okay, it's a lot to digest. We are still around. Find us, ask us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please exit the room as we set up for the next session. Thank you.